Canby, welcome to City Council work session this evening. Tonight we are beginning the next phase of our comprehensive plan, and that is to look at the transportation system plan. And I think, Dawn, you are our tour guide this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm going to keep my comments brief. I do have some consultants here from DKS Associates, Rhea Flakowski and Kevin Chewick. Tonight is a continuation of discussion on the transportation system plan. They're going to go over tonight the purpose of the plan, how it was developed. This is leading to a hearing in April as our anticipation for the adoption of the transportation system plan. They'll go through the transportation system plan goals, evaluation findings, and they're going to briefly touch on project level items, hot spots in terms of roads that the city needs to improve over time. And what's happening for decisions ahead in terms of you all being involved with this. They'll be covering that as well. We included in your packets, I don't expect that you read all that information, but tech memo number 12, and you're going to see that information in the transportation system plan when it comes to hearing, and there's two levels of that, financially constrained level, which is the 20-year project list. And then there's unconstrained projects. These are kind of weird words, but financially constrained is a 20-year list. Unconstrained projects are those that are beyond the 20-year. And then within the unconstrained projects, there's aspirational projects that help the city look at longer-term issues that engage the county and ODOT. Those are not inside of our transportation system plan as proposed, but they definitely are being mentioned as longer term items like the Berg Parkway flyover, those kinds of things, which are quite expensive, involve the county and in ODOT and those considerations, but we are tracking that. I also wanted to mention that we're on the Transportation Advisory Committee for Clackamas County. So we do have a seat at that table for their transportation system plan update. They're a bit behind us. They just started their process, I think, about 4 months ago, and their process is going to go at least another year. So that process is continuing. So as you have questions, I'm going to bring Rhea and Kevin up, and they're going to go through the presentation tonight and try to get through this fairly quickly. I know we just have an hour. We would like your input tonight as what items you'd like to see that may or may not be covered tonight in the hearing item that's going to be before you in April. If there's things that we can do to make this clear or suggestions, that kind of thing is what we're looking for tonight. So with that, I'm going to give Kevin and Rhea a chance to do the presentation.
Thank you, Don. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Rhea. How are you?
Good evening. It's nice to see you all.
Again. Yes.
Change slides. Oh, perfect. Okay, you want me to jump in? I guess I go first. So thanks, everyone. Dawn already introduced us, so to save time, we'll just jump right in. And please feel free to interrupt me as we're going. This is a work session, right? I would be more than happy to answer questions as we go. Okay, next slide, please. So here's the agenda. I think Dawn already did this as well, so let's just keep going. Next slide. And the purpose. So there you go. On TSP overview. Next slide. No, keep going. You're great. Yeah. Look, we just covered a lot. Oh, you can go one more. Oh, wait, it's just slow. Okay. All right. So the purpose of the TSP. So your transportation system plan does serve as your long-range plan for all of the city's investments within the urban growth boundary. And we were working on a planning future horizon year of the year 2043. We started in 2023, so 2043. It is required by the Oregon Transportation Planning Rule for a city of your size. It's based on the city's transportation needs, your opportunities, and what we are estimating as your available funding over that 20-year horizon. It's developed through a technical system, and we'll go over that, but evaluation and also some community and stakeholder input. And the document is used to make strategic decisions about your transportation and system investments, and it will also help you secure future funding, such as grant applications. Next slide. Thanks. So just a little bit about the TSP. We describe it as a performance-based planning process, and you can see we put a little graphic together to show you that, but really we go through the steps of starting with the visions, the goals, the objectives, and the performance measures that we're going to look at, right? How do we know if we're doing a good job in town? So what do we value most in the community? How does this apply to our system? And then how do we measure if we're being successful in achieving those goals? We also look at data trends. We look at targets. Where do we want to be? And what is most important are the priorities of the community. And then from there, once we do our analysis, looking at strategies, how can we improve our system to achieve those goals? We come up with an investment plan, which is the TSP. And that includes a 20-year project list. It also includes designs for the transportation system, right? How do we want those facilities to look? And also other standards that we want to apply to the transportation system over the 20 years. That's probably good. Next slide. So here's a little line diagram of where we're at today. So we've done all of the understanding. We've talked about community values and goals. We've done an estimate of what funding would be available. We've done an existing conditions analysis of the system, which includes, a detailed inventory of all the modes. And we have looked at future growth trends to determine what the city would look like in that 20-year horizon. And also looked at other regional and state plans that have an influence on Canby. And then we've also gone through the evaluation, we have a draft project list that we're going to talk about tonight and some other plans and programs that go with that. And all of that coming through, and we're going to highlight the community outreach that we've already conducted. So you can see we are here. So we were about to jump into the recommendations box where we are preparing a draft transportation system plan right now. That'll be available to you in the coming months. And then as Dawn alluded, we will have to go through, we have a planning commission hearing, and then hopefully we get their recommendation and we'll have a city council adoption hearing with you in April. So any questions on anything so far? No? Okay. Thank you. So a little bit about the community review process. We've had a pretty robust process the last 2 years. When did we start? About 2 years?
Late 2024, late
2025, yeah, so about 2 years. Community input opportunities for TSP strategies. What is it? So a little bit about after the TSP deliverables. Why does it say post TSP? Sorry. After we write draft memos, they go on a project website that we have, and those are available for the community to review and provide comments. We've also had several community summits, we're calling them, which are in-person open houses that the whole public is invited to. And then we've also had several discussions with Planning Commission and City Council, such as our workshop today. And then, as I said, we have upcoming hearings. Sorry, that's a little bit redundant. We also do have, besides the public, we have an internal project management team, which we meet every other week. But that's Dawn, and then the consultants that are on the transportation system plan, and various other city staff. Guys are usually there. And then we also have a project advisory committee that we've met with several times, made up of representatives from the community. And then we also have a technical advisory committee, which is made up of the technical folks from other agencies, either here in town or other transportation agencies like ODOT or the county that would have a say in what's happening as well. All right, next slide.
Right, quick question.
Of course, yeah.
Sorry, Tracy, can you go back one? So in terms of the stakeholders and general public,
Sure, yeah.
can you just, I need a memory refresher on what those meetings have looked like and some of is that coming up?
It's the next slide.
Okay, thank you. I meant to do that.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, so far we have had 5 community summits, or those in-person open houses with the public, and it's been invited to everyone and advertised pretty well. We've had over 300 people attend those. And I know in some, they've been very well attended, even crowded, line out the door, people pretty interested in getting in, and people staying for a long time. So we've had some really good conversations there. For the online engagement, that's been in the forms of a comment map or a survey where we ask specific questions. We've had over 250 community members participate in those. And then from those people, we've had over 1,000 unique comments on the various maps or the questions that we've done. So it's quite a volume of input there too, which has been great. And then we've also had 6 advisory committees with the committees that we have.
And just in context, the participation in those community summits and Canby has been well above what other communities typically have when we're doing these TSPs. So the community has been heavily involved and interested in this process.
Yeah, it's been great. Is that good?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
good.
it.
Yeah, I thought that would be helpful. All right, next slide. All right, I'm going to just go over the goals, kind of high level, quick. Next slide, please. So we have 7 goals that these were written up front when we first started as kind of our guidelines or our framework of how we want the transportation to look or what we would like the transportation system to do for the community over the next 20 years. So being accessible and connected, the system is convenient, accessible, and connects people to destinations throughout the city and beyond. Safe and secure, the system is safe and secure for people of all ages and abilities. Healthy people and environment, the system protects the natural, cultural, and developed environments and encourages healthy and active living through comfortable and convenient, lower polluting transportation alternatives. Comprehensive and affordable, the system eliminates transportation-related disparities and barriers, and it's affordable for all users. Reliable and efficient. We manage and optimize the transportation system to ease congestion so people and goods can affordably, reliably, and efficiently reach their destinations. Fiscally responsible, strategically design, operate, and maintain the system to maximize assets, minimize costs, and enhance the surrounding community through right-sized infrastructure. And finally, collaborative. System decisions are made in a transparent and collaborative manner, and benefits and burdens of investments are distributed equally among the users. So, all right, thanks.
So thank you. So I'm going to go over our system evaluation process, which highlighted the current system and how things function both today and in the future. So this process, next slide, thank you. This process relies on growth in housing and employment which uses data from 2 main sources, the economic opportunities analysis for the employment, and then the housing needs analysis for housing. So this growth has a significant impact on the existing system and creates new travel demands on the network. So it helps us assess how well those transportation facilities serve the needs of these users. So the next slide shows the forecasted. How? Yeah, sorry. So this shows the forecasted household growth that we just went over, or that I just highlighted. There'll be about 5,900 new residents over the next 20 years, 2,200 households, which represents about a 32% increase over the next 20 years. And the image there shown on the screen kind of highlights where that assumed household growth is going to occur based on the vacant land and also the comprehensive plan zoning. Next slide. So the same information from the employment standpoint, there'll be about 2,700 new jobs, which equates to about 36% increase from today or over the next 20 years. And again, the image is showing where the analysis assumes a lot of this growth is going to occur, again, based on vacant land and the comprehensive plan zoning.
Sorry, a little quicker.
Yeah.
So the 36% growth, can you go back a slide, I'm sorry. So, so I guess the households and job percent for the household. Has that number been adjusted? Because that seems higher than what we've been talking about.
So something important to note, so the household growth is assuming the potential expansion in the UGA because the city has to accommodate all of the housing demand. So instead of just assuming partial, we assumed it all so that we can identify the needs associated with that. So that growth will be dispersed once we determine where those growth boundaries are going to be. And then we'll do a follow-up analysis at that time.
So just a question on the numbers, the 2,286 households is the number that's adopted in our housing needs and housing production strategy.
Okay.
Both, that's the same number. And that corresponds to the projected PSU population growth of 5931. So there's direct conversion to households from the population projection that needs to be accommodated within the city.
No, and I guess, yeah, the 32% just seemed to, I think, throw me. I just don't remember having talked about that number being quite that, I guess, high. But when you take into consideration, I mean, the numbers I recall and remember reading those, I guess the 32% seemed to jump out at me.
And when you look at it as a bulk instead of an annual, it's quite small, I mean, comparatively speaking, but as a cumulative over 20 years, yeah.
Well, that's what may be grabbing me is the fact that that's one lump sum number versus it's being spread out because, yeah, that's I mean, that's substantial for Canby every year.
For the size, yeah.
For the size for a 20-year period.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So we just go one more slide, yeah. So the growth that we just reviewed is going to create new travel demand and system needs in Canby. So those needs are determined based on the trips that the new growth will generate, assuming no new investments on the transportation system aside what is currently funded today. So we started this process by collecting new travel data to help inform what the travel demand is today of the system, including total trips for vehicles, bikes, and pedestrians. And then the Canby travel demand model is what we use to determine future traffic volumes. And that model translates land use into motor vehicle trips and assigns them to the roadway network based on travel times and delays at intersections. And then, so overall, that growth translates into about 33% increase in trips over the next 20 years during the PM peak hour. So next slide. So all of this results into the performance network assessment. So this is from the motor vehicle standpoint. And we took that growth, and these are the areas on the system that are going to be congested over the next 20 years. So along the highway, as a lot of us are aware of, there's some congestion up there on Territorial Road, and then again some intersections along the highway, and a few around the city. And then, you know, as we know, there's going to be higher delay along Oregon 9090 through downtown Canby, but also some of the side street approaches to the highway and throughout the city.
I have a question. I was curious, what's happening between Redwood and Pine to cause all that?
Along Territorial?
Yeah, I just,
So
I'm
what
trying to
happens
see
is
what's
what happens
going on.
in the demand model is the highway gets congested at times. So the travel demand model assigns trips up there because it's a shorter route for people. And that was, you know, we evaluated the existing travel.
Well, I'm just wondering why the congestion doesn't go all the way up to 99 and just sort of starts at Redwood. I would think that if there's congestion on Territorial because they're bypassing the highway, that they would.
What you see there is an intersection. So right there at the Redwood and Territorial intersection, there's congestion there because it's unsignalized today. So it's hard for people to turn.
Oh, yeah.
From that and to from the uncontrolled approach to the free movement Territorial. So there's a lot of delay that's experienced right there. But the segment is okay over the next 20 years along that.
Well, and I believe too, that's where that four-way stop is.
Yeah.
So like, my suspicion is that the reason there's congestion there and not at Holly, where the next sort of stop is because by the time you get to Holly, people have fed off of Territorial into all those developments, and so the traffic has dispersed. Whereas right there at North Redwood, there's not as much peeling off when you get to that point.
Well, I'm surprised that Birch hasn't got a red line on.
Oh, yeah.
The speed bumps prevent that.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I said it out loud.
I debate that.
The Redwood happens to have more traffic than some of those adjacent streets as well, so that's also a contributing factor. But yeah, that is a good point. A lot of people are turning off. Next slide, thank you. So we also did a safety evaluation, which highlights the collisions that have occurred throughout the city. So this is all pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular involved collisions. There were 441 over the past 5 years, and also 9 pedestrian involved and 8 bicyclist involved collisions. A lot of those were in the downtown area, along the highway. And of those collisions, there was 1 fatality and 5 serious injury collisions. And there were 4 areas of concern that we noted, again, the highway through downtown, and then again, the highway at Berg and Ivy, and then also 3rd and Cedar in downtown. On the next slide, we also did a pedestrian network assessment. This basically highlights the perceived pedestrians' perspective as they're walking along these streets. So it takes into account the safety and comfort of those facilities, and then we rank them based upon a low, moderate, or high, or extreme level of stress. So this shows that the areas that are shown in red are the ones that a pedestrian would experience higher stress. So as you can see, a lot of it is in the area of the unimproved southeast part of town, where usually there's not a ton of facilities out in that area. So some of the needs that were identified through this are filling sidewalk gaps near schools, safe crossings along some of the busier streets, and collectors in the highway. So on the next slide, we also did a bicycle assessment. So same thing, same level of analysis. This is just from a bike's perspective. There were 28% of the lane miles we analyzed were high stress or extreme. Again, some of the roadways were 99E, Haynes, Malino, Hawley, and 13th. So next slide, thank you. So all of that information we utilize to develop a list of TSP projects. So these projects are referred to as aspirational projects, as Don mentioned earlier. This includes all projects to improve the network along major streets in the UGB with a functional classification of neighborhood route collector or arterial. These projects were guided by the project goals and with input from stakeholders, prior plans, and the system evaluation that we just went over. It also should be noted that there are additional improvements that will occur beyond those that we have highlighted in the TSP that will occur with private development, including the build out of the local street network that's consistent with the city standards. Next slide. Thank you. So as I mentioned, the full list of projects in the CSP are referred to as aspirational projects. We identified 72 total projects, individual projects totaling over 154 million worth of investments. We assigned these projects to specific categories. You can see them there: multimodal improvements, intersection improvements, ped bike improvements, transit enhancements, or demand system management projects. Next slide. So the aspirational projects that we identified, the $154 million worth of projects are not reasonably likely to be funded over the next 20 years, just given the magnitude of that cost. So we evaluated each project and ranked them using some measurable evaluation criteria that's used to reflect how well they achieved the transportation goals and objectives that Ria went over earlier in the presentation. So we use these initial priority ranks to divide the projects from the aspirational list into 2 packages: the financially constrained, which is another way of saying funded projects, and an unconstrained project, which is also not funded, is an easier way to interpret that. The purpose of the finance constraint list is to give the city initial direction on where the funds should be allocated and establish some expectations for the improvements that might occur over the next 20 years. So the finance constraint projects have a total construction budget that's reasonably available to be funded over the planning horizon. So all of the remaining projects that are not on the finance constraint list are included on the unconstrained package, and they're not funded. And something worth noting is that the city is not required to implement the projects identified in the finance constraint list first. The priorities may change over the timeline of this TSP the next 20 years. And some unexpected opportunities may also arise to fund other projects that make more sense at the time. So the city can pursue any of these opportunities at any time. This is just the best guess about how things are going to play out over the next 20 years based upon what information and funding is currently available. So any questions? So far, it's a lot of information. So now we take we have to assign each of those projects a funding agency and an assumed funding source. These funding assumptions do not commit any agencies to these projects or to fund them in the manner that we've assumed. So based upon this revenue and expenditure forecast, the city is expected to have about $51 million to fund improvements over the next 20 years, that you can see highlighted or circled there in that column. A majority of this is going to come from revenue associated with the TSDC, the Transportation System Development Charge, and then another about $14 million is also available from other various sources that the city uses for transportation. Something worth noting is that there also may be opportunities to partner with other agencies to jointly fund some of these projects, but this TSP does not assume any revenue from those agencies because those decisions are ultimately up to those agencies. So that includes ODOT, the county, some agency cooperation is likely to occur through this TSP. So some of these projects may get funded through that manner. Slide, please. So as I highlighted before, there's about over $154 million worth of investments over the planning horizon. Only a portion of these are assumed to be TSDC eligible. So some of the projects are addressing existing deficiencies, so they cannot be funded in that manner. And then there's another $13 million that we've identified as partner agency responsibility projects. So projects on the highway, projects at county intersections that would be their responsibility but have been identified in this TSP. So here is the full list of projects that we've gone over. You can kind of see how they're distributed throughout the city. There's intersection projects, roadway segment projects, and then also some projects up there in the little noted on the map at the top left, some projects that aren't displayed, but they're some feasibility studies that we're going to go over here that address some important community issues that we've found through this process. You're just trying to see something?
I'm trying to see the difference in colors. Can you guys read the difference in colors? It's just hard to tell the red and the...
Oh, sorry.
I just want to make sure they can tell the difference.
So the red on that map are the ones that are assumed to be in the finance constrained package, and then the black are in the unconstrained package. So the red is essentially funded currently, and the black is not. So some of the, on the next slide, please, thank you. Some of the key issues and outcomes that through this process, through the community engagement process, obviously congestion in the downtown is an important issue to them. A community that came up a lot through our engagement with the community. We've also highlighted that in the system evaluation. Bridge crossing, another bridge crossing of the Malala River and connections to I-5. That was a topic that came up over and over again. Some people are in favor of the bridge crossing, but then there's others that don't think that that's a reasonable idea. But it's worth highlighting that has come up. And then so the thing that I made note of on the last slide is these 5 long-term feasibility projects. So these are projects that are important issues that have come up through the engagement process, but they're unlikely to be funded in the TSP horizons, but they reflect high priorities for the city to close critical gaps in the system, improve emergency vehicle access, freight trucks access, and also relieve some congestion through the city. They're intended to just show the intention of the city so that the ideas do not get lost through the horizon of this TSP. Again, they represent priorities that we identified through the community engagement process and the system analysis, but they each are going to require extensive regional coordination with agency partners, including Clackamas County and ODOT, and also more extensive study to better understand the complexity of the issues and analyze some additional potential alternatives that consider some other feasible solutions. So that gets us to the remaining decisions ahead. I don't know if there's any questions that came up that you have on the slides that we just went over.
I have a general question about that.
Yeah.
How often is this plan going to be updated? Are we going to wait to 2043 and then come up with a new one? Or are we going to be revisiting this in 5 years, 10 years? It seems kind of like it might not work very well if we waited until 2043 to come up with a new one from scratch.
That's really up to your community, not to speak for Don. I work for cities that update it almost every year because some tiny little thing comes up and they want to fix it and we just open it, right? And it's kind of a mini. But bigger overhauls are still probably a good 5-10 years. It has a lot to do with how fast you grow and how long this document is still working for staff. If you still feel you're getting really good projects out of it and you're following, the pathway and things are happening, I think that's good. But if there's any unknowns or if it becomes unhelpful to you, then that's usually when you want to crack it open again.
And we're in kind of a unique situation here because we're going to be doing an urban growth boundary expansion as well. So this actually will be revisited again, relatively near term. I would say normally these are about every 10 years because they correspond to your comprehensive plan. You normally want to do those about every 10 years. In this situation, we'll be revisiting this. Likely we'll be doing concept planning next, which will be concept planning of the urban growth boundary expansion. There'll be some transportation evaluation with that. Following that, we'll have to update our comprehensive plan yet again and our transportation system plan to incorporate those areas that will be expanded into. So we're probably looking like in the next 3 years that this will be revisited again. So, and how much we revisit the information that we have as baseline information now that's being prepared for this plan, that's a question mark. But for sure, the areas that are going to be expanded into will be evaluated. So that may not give you the exact answer you're looking for, but it'll be more near term in our case because of the urban growth boundary expansion.
Okay, and one more question, I noticed when I was looking at and maybe I just missed it, but I was looking at the maps for the pedestrians and the bikes, and I didn't see the logging trail on there unless maybe I just didn't see it as it went through. I was just wondering if you included that in the pedestrian and the bike, because that seems to be a very common route for bikes and pedestrians to take across town.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see it, but there's a blue line that kind of
maybe I just missed it.
Following it. Yeah,
I just want to make sure that was considered.
Yes, yeah, we do have that included in the analysis. Yeah, and it is shown in the LTS evaluation.
So sort of like along the lines of Councilor Stearns talk about like when do we crack it open or update it, but for me we also talked about in the beginning of the metrics and how are we keeping track of how we're doing with this. And to me, that if we're doing that on a more regular basis, then this plan should be out very often and looking at it as we're tracking how we're doing and then whether we need to make changes or updates or not. Sometimes it seems to just sit on the shelf for 10 years and then we break it out after a while and say, okay, now how did we do? And try to go back 5 years and figure out where did we fit in instead of on a more regular basis? How do we start kind of changing that, incorporating into more regular, these bigger plans, keeping track of them as we go on a yearly basis?
And I think, and this really relates to some degree on the transportation system plan, but more importantly, to our capital facilities planning, I think, in the city, which I would like to see more focused on, like, the first year that, 1 year, what are we going to do in the next year? And there's a 5-year plan. So there's a 1 to 5 year plan, 5 to 10 year plan, 10 to 20 year plan. We're not necessarily doing that now, but a lot of jurisdictions will adopt a 1-year plan. Council will adopt that, and this is what we're doing for this year. These are our priorities for this year, and this is what we're focusing on for this year. That would be a really good litmus test for the measures that you're talking about how successful are we on chipping away at these projects and getting those done. I think that would help us to zero in on that a bit.
So who initiates that, and how do we get something like that started?
Between planning and public works, but it's largely a public works directive, to implement on the funding side of things, because we're kind of on the collection side and planning, and then public works is the implementer. And then that would go, it would be essentially part of the budget process to a degree, because it would have those budgets that would align with that. And then that kind of should line up with the capital facilities work that's happening each year.
And something to add, so there's an earlier memo that was prepared, Tech Memo 4, and in this presentation, we kind of highlighted some evaluation criteria that we use to prioritize projects. But within that memo, there's also some system evaluation measures, which we use through this process to kind of highlight how things operate today and in the future. But within that, there's targets that were identified in this process. So that's something that the city can use as you move forward to update those targets at whatever increment you decide, to compare it to the baseline that was done with this TSP, and then you can track your progress that way. And that connects it back to each of the TSP goals, so you can track your progress.
Thank you. Councilor Patton and then Councilor Davis.
Yeah, so a couple of things. I think to your point, Councilor Waterman, about, how do we ensure that these plans don't just sit on a shelf, but we're checking them on a regular basis. To me, it would make sense that when we do our goal setting as a council, there be a perpetual goal in there that we will touch base on how the progress is going with all of these various reports. So that way it's a reminder to us and a reminder to staff that we will be expecting to monitor how things are going with all of that. Would seem to make sense to me. At the Planning Commission meeting, when this was the last Planning Commission meeting that this was kind of put up on, and you had mentioned some of these larger projects where the City of Canby needs to integrate with state agencies to either add a bridge over Malala or tap into I-5 and all this stuff. Commissioner Ewert was talking about, we need to just put in our plan that this is where it's going to connect and they better be prepared for it. Now, obviously, that is a bit forceful, but to that point, how do we are building this plan based on assumptions that are being provided to us from the state of how things are going to happen in the future, correct? Mm-hmm. So if we're making that plan now, how do we ultimately are not controlling some of our destiny. We are relying on the state to do their part, which oftentimes does not happen. So how do we sort of make sure that they know, look, we are planning for this, and if there's a change to this, you need to let us know, because if we cannot be caught off guard when all of a sudden this hits and it's like, oh yeah, that isn't going to connect there, it's going to connect over here, and all of our developers and stuff have done their preliminary plans of how these developments are going to be laid out, and it turns out the road is offset by 100 feet, which could be several lots that are now displaced and have to be sort of jigsawed around. So what are the mechanisms that we use to get that information to go back and forth between us and the state and vice versa?
I'll take that one on. I think one thing that's really good is that we have a ODOT Transportation Growth Management grant for concept planning. So they're at the table already. And that's the roughly $250,000 grant that will be starting February 9th to do concept planning, which gets exactly to your point about conceptually where will the roads go and the funding sources of those, but that makes them very aware of what we're doing. A lot of this feeds into 99, of course. So that's the first thing. I think that's clearly number one. Number two, I think it's important more regionally, and I know the mayor and Council President Hensley have been at C4, and that discussion there, I see regional discussions on roadway systems, especially with Clackamas County, as being really important thematic element that we should continue those dialogues to connect there. And as well with the state, through the transportation growth management process that we'll be doing on concept planning, but just continuing that dialogue. And it's tough right now with ODOT. They're having a lot of pressure being put on them. So I think locally we will probably be better served initially until that resolves itself at the county level and coordinating with them, because there's a lot of synergies between us and the county on those discussions. And so I think continuing to C4, the concept planning is clearly going to be something ODOT's going to be aware of as we go through that process. But I think those dialogues, they need to happen at staff level, but they also need to happen at the elected level as well.
Okay, so in that scenario then, we're going to have this plan that integrates with them. So is it then on us to say every 2, 3, whatever years, hey, we want us to have a sit down and we are on an annual basis checking in on our progress to our plan here, but now we need to sit down with you folks and see where you're at in your plan. And so that way it keeps it on their radar and we are prepared on our end in case there's some sort of change. So that way we don't end up in a situation where we're plugging along and they say, well, we're doing this, and we say, well, that's not the plan. And they're like, well, you should have reached out to us before now. Head that off at the pass.
I 100% agree with that coordination piece of it. And currently it's not a great environment federally, but federal grants are a huge funding source for those aspirational projects that, we could not really do an aspirational large, like tens of millions of dollar project without that funding. So hopefully that over time gets better as well. At one point, there's a lot more programs around that, ICE-T and those other things that came out where transportation programming funding was a really big part of what local jurisdictions were using. And I think that would be another source as well. And once I think that will come back, but right now, I think those funding sources are limited as well. But that dialogue, I think, is critical. I think the jurisdictions are going to have to be more connected because I think the state's role may be diminished until they get their funding resolved.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then the last thing I had was, and this goes back to when I was on the Planning Commission, and one of the things that's coming out of this is the community has questions about, we're going to see all this growth, how is this going to impact us? And when it comes to roads, there is the perception, and we've talked about this many times, there's a perception of what is acceptable, and there is the algorithm of what is acceptable. And I don't know about my fellow counselors or the folks on the Planning Commission, but oftentimes I have no weapon to help defend the city against those things. And I have mentioned before, it would be nice to have, these are a list of 7 streets. Some are feeders, some are collectors, some are just regular streets. This is how many cars that street by the algorithm can hold or handle on in a particular interval, and this is where we're at right now. And so this difference shows that this is how far we are from it failing, because many people think that a lot of the roads are already failed right now, when really they're not. So I think if we had something like that when we have these communications, these conversations with members of the community, and also when the Planning Commission has these conversations, it would be really nice to have something like that where we can say, look, I understand understand the perception of this, but by the numbers, this is really like, this street could technically hold in a 1 hour basis, 1,500 cars. And currently, in an hourly basis, even at peak, it's only handling, 100 cars. So clearly, there's more. Granted, it will be a hot mess when it's at 1,500, but really that's how far off we are for that. Just to give some perspective for folks on what that really looks like. And that's all I had.
Councilor Davis?
Thanks, Mayor. Good work on this report, first of all. The only comment, I'll keep my comments, most of my questions have been answered already. But looking at, and I'm glad we're tying in with the county and the state on this as well, because as you know, during a catastrophic event or a man-made disaster, we have to ensure routes that we can get in and out of the city. And 99 is slated to drop down during a major earthquake and things like that. So hopefully we're taking into account all the bridges and the bridge safety in regards to the viability of those bridges staying up so that we can, properly have identified escape routes for sending citizens if we need to evacuate the city. So the need is going to be to tie in with the county and the state on that as well for all the bridges, making sure that they are stable and that we plan for the future too, Walnut Street extension, for those routes as well. And that we plan not to build center islands so that we can make those passable for emergency vehicles during so that we're not slowing down traffic, i.e. Tualatin, when you go through downtown Tualatin, you can't get through there. It takes one fender bender to block traffic altogether. And so that's something else to be thinking about too, is the design of these roads. So, thank you.
Okay. Decisions ahead. Are there? Is that just? Oh, sorry.
Hold on. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah, the next slide. So these are just the next steps that we have upcoming, actually the final steps in the TSP process. So over the next month and a half through February, we'll be compiling all the memos that we've done as part of this process and compiling, summarizing them into the draft transportation system plan. That draft will be reviewed by the city and then revised, and then it'll be a public adoption draft that's prepared, and that will be presented at those upcoming Planning Commission hearing and also a hearing with you all between March and May. And then hopefully both councils recommend adoption, and then we will have an updated TSP.
Can I ask a question, John?
Yeah.
How does the traffic impact fee update tie in with that?
And great question. So the traffic impact fee, or the system development charges that we're calculating.
Washington.
Yeah, I know it's the same thing, but it's different vernacular. So the system development charge fee, so the financially constrained projects, the 51 million, that figure, not all of that is system development charge fee, but as part of this work, we're calculating in, and you all haven't seen this, you'll see this on February 11th in the work session for system development charge updates, but the assumption is if we adopt that fee, there's an increased component to that fee. That's part of that 51 million that's available for the city funding. So that's running together with this. So we, that number could change, and we would obviously modify that number based on council direction, but that's at least what's needed, and then it's council's direction on, how much that fee, you can make it lower than the maximum defensible rate, but that's, and I'm not sure if it's going to get to that point, but that is baked into this process for financially constrained projects, so as a funding source. And it would be an increase, that would be a delta, that'd be an increase from the current baseline, and you saw that figure broken out where we have the current assumption, and then the additional amount is what the increase would be, if that makes sense.
So, Here's my dilemma as I look at this and I look at Canby. 9090 is our main thoroughfare. That is our main, I guess, we'll call it pipeline in and around Canby for the most part. There is, I'm not gonna say that there's no way, but it's very challenging if we want to look at widening 9090 to, and even then, I still think it's a failing stretch of road in terms of capacity. What I don't see here, and I don't know, and I didn't hear too much, I heard some at the committee meetings about just other ways, either through or around Canby. Traffic, I'd like to say, is a lot like water. It's about finding the path of least resistance. And so, you know, on the north side of town, you have Territorial, which gets heavily used when there's when it's rush hour down 99. 13th is getting a little bit more trafficy as we see more build out in Timber Ridge out that direction. You know, there's still the probability of development of the rest of Tofty Farm into something. Ivy's going to get more congested as we go south that direction. So I guess what I don't see, and I don't know if that's a conversation for this group or it was taken into consideration at some point, is what does the peripheral around Canby look like? How do you get through Canby in 20 years from now? You know, and that's, I was just talking with Council President Hensley here, just jotting notes, but thinking of like, well, how do we, and again, now we push, you go south, we push into the county, which is now the county's TSP, but how do we push south in terms of looking at transportation to connect to, I think that's 211.
I think the one, if you're
Is
talking
that
about the one that
211?
goes Woodburn.
The Mall of Woodburn, that's the next like 4-lane highway,
Yeah.
you know, how does that develop and become a major arterial route or connection for moving not just people, but goods and services as we add to our industrial park, we expand our UGB, which is also going to expand the industrial park and so forth. So that's the thing I look at, and I kind of go, how do we plan for that, or where do we plan for that going forward? Because even Territorial can only take so much. And then Territorial bleeds in, as we saw with Birch, and we joke about speed bumps and whatnot, but that was a major thoroughfare. Yeah, the Canby bypass was Territorial to Birch to get out to, you know, Knightsbridge Road and head out of town. So again, trying to look down the road, if we don't plan for it, and we've had this conversation, Dawn, and we all have, it's one of those, if this is aspirational, if we don't put it out there, it will never be. Even if it's like a placeholder to, like, again, the flyway over the railroad track to connect into 3rd Avenue to dump out. Aspirational, we know it's there. It's been talked about since
20 years or more.
Yeah, 20 years or more, but it's still there because it's still a viable option. But if we don't talk about it, we don't put it out there, we're going to try to react 20, 40 years from now and go, wow, they really messed up in 2026 when they were doing this.
And there is a section in the transportation system plan in the Tech Memo 12, and I know it's a large document that was in your packets, that does have those projects in them. It
Okay,
has,
I'll go back and read
it has the flyover on that. Now, part of that discussion, and just keeping this quick here for time, but the county connectional point, when they're doing their transportation system plan update and connecting with them, they did a preliminary study of Barlow and 99, that intersection, that's in their jurisdiction. I know but those are the kinds of things that need to be, you know, looked at as well. Like, how does that get leveraged on?
No, and
Yeah.
you know, we've had this room filled with county people, ODOT people, and when we were talking about the tolling aspect of 205 and what that was going to mean from just people, diversion traffic and whatnot. And when, you know, 99 between here and Oregon City it expands and it contracts, right? So there isn't a whole lot more that you're gonna be able to do on that front. So again, like, not knowing what the county, the full understanding of what the county looks at in terms of those regards, but it's, yeah, I don't, the whole Parkway, the Barlow and 99E, yeah, I don't like the county's plan. I've told the county I don't like that plan. I think it's dead on arrival, in my opinion, because you're talking about cutting through, you know, a couple major businesses to make that happen. And I think it spreads out the problem. It doesn't mitigate it much further than what we've already got. Conversation for another day. But, so and I know the flyover is in the tech report. I was just more thinking peripherally, what does it look like for Canby? Sure. You know, in 2043, 2053, you know, when we have that growth, and there isn't, unless we're all in flying cars by then, hovercrafts, I could be down with that. And then it's even that's, I suppose I can nap and get a lot of work done in the car. Yes, Councilor Patton, real quick, and
Yeah, so
last
I guess I will say, I know there's been, you know, there's talk of like arterials and getting people around and all that stuff, but I will always be reluctant to pushing for those sort of things because of our business community. I mean, if there's one thing we learned from the interstate highway system from the 30s and 40s and stuff, is that when that traffic was diverted, a lot of those communities died. And so even though the traffic going down 99E is a problem and will get a bigger problem, if that traffic is diverted off of 99E, then it is going to have an impact on those people who are stuck in traffic, who decide they want to get a cup of coffee, or they're just going to sit and eat at a restaurant and wait it out and those sort of things. So I will always have that when we have those discussions. I will always have that in the back of my mind of, if we divert this traffic, then what sort of like unrealized problem is this going to create? And that is one of the ones that I really worry about, is how will getting that traffic off of 99E and diverting it around the downtown core impact our business community.
I don't disagree with that.
I was just going to add, I did the bypass study for City of Sandy several years ago, but it's available online, and we actually looked at a lot of those issues, economics, livability. We had a lot of different things that we looked at besides transportation, because they're pretty split on that as well. They did keep the bypass in their TSP as an unfunded aspirational project at just under $1 billion. But in that study, you will find after $1 billion is spent during the peak time, you saved, I think, again, this has been a couple years ago, I think 5 or 6 minutes getting through town. So,
Okay.
so yeah, if you're interested, take a look.
We were out 99.
Brad, check.
Well, we can underground it, right? Oh, no, that's the train we're going to underground. Okay, yeah. All
They
right.
wanted the train to go around.
Any other comments from you all about this?
Thank you. This is a great comment. Appreciate
Okay.
it. And look forward to the hearing process as we get further into this. So,
Perfect.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you all.
Appreciate you
Great
guys being here.
input.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If there's nothing else on this, I will adjourn our work session for now. Canby, stay tuned. We'll be starting our city council meeting here in approximately 2 minutes. Thanks. Good evening, Canby. Welcome to our regular city council meeting here for January 21st, 2026. If you please stand for the invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you so much for this great community. I thank you for the blessings that you bestow upon us every day as we strive to be a better, more cohesive community. I especially want to ask for your blessings over our men and women that make up our first responders in the city of Canby. I pray that you keep them safe. I pray that you keep their families safe. And I pray that you bring them home every night to their loved ones. I ask this in your name. Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Teresa, a roll call, please.
Councillor Patton.
Here.
Councillor Maldonado.
Here.
Council President Hensley.
Here.
Mayor Hudson.
I am here.
Councillor Davis.
Here.
Councillor Stearns.
I'm here.
Councillor Waterman.
Here.
Great. Thank you for all that. Next up is staff introductions. I'm going to turn that over to you, Randy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to call up our chief. We got a very special night
We
tonight.
got a promotion tonight.
Nice.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So thanks for letting us be here tonight. So we are promoting an officer to sergeant tonight. And we're filling the spot of when Sergeant Green retired about 6 months ago. He's filling that spot there. Everything okay, Ben?
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm going to bring up AJ Miller. Come on up here. Right here. You can kind of on the side, you know. Right here on the side. All right, a little bit about AJ. So he grew up in the area and he attended North Marion High School, so pretty close to here. He attended Western Oregon University and graduated with a bachelor's in criminal justice degree. While attending Western, AJ actually did a 400-hour practicum at our police department in the summer of 2013. And he obviously made a great impression on us because later we ended up hiring him. Yeah, that's right, for free. Prior to starting here, AJ was a reserve police officer at Hubbard, and then he got hired as a full-time deputy with Polk County Sheriff's Office. We finally got him over to our police department a little over 8 years ago now. 8 years, that's crazy, right? He has worked as a patrol officer, field training officer, traffic enforcement officer, and a member of the Clackamas County Crash Reconstruction Team. He is also a certified drug recognition expert, which is one of the hardest schools and trainings to go to as a police officer, and he's a DUI investigation instructor. He also holds an advanced certificate with DPSST. AJ is also involved in our community. Not only has been involved in police-related events like the Grill and Chill and the bike rodeo, but he's also volunteered his time as a coach for Canby Youth Baseball. So thank you for doing that. Recently, in our holiday party at the city, we gave an award out, and I know all of you know this award, but he received the award Officer to Most Likely Give His Own Grandmother a Ticket Award. If you know anything about AJ, his passion is really his traffic safety, and he really makes an effort to make the streets of Canby safer. He really goes after impaired drivers to get them off the road to prevent crashes. So we really appreciate that, AJ. AJ, he was actually promoted on January 11th, and starting in March, he will go to the graveyard shift. As you can see, AJ has a large family, and they are here tonight. Do you want to acknowledge any here?
There's too many. Could I just have you guys stand up?
We're missing a couple, but they're pretty much mostly here. So thank you guys. I appreciate you guys being here for me. Thank you.
Nice. A couple fun facts about AJ's family. One, they're large, as you can see. But a couple, one, he's not even here, but his father-in-law, John Ogden, was a vice principal at Canby High School for several years. And then the other fun fact, a lot of people here go and join the St. Paul Rodeo. His father was a big part of the St. Paul Rodeo, and actually a couple years ago was inducted into the Hall of Fame for the St. Paul Rodeo.
Oh, nice.
Pretty amazing. So we are going to officially badge AJ with his sergeant badge, and I'm going to call his wife, Whitney, to come on up.
I can do it.
You got it?
I got it. Perfect. There you go. Yeah.
Well, we're excited to have AJ part of the supervisory team, and we know he will do well. Anything you'd like to say?
Just a thanks to my immediate family. It's been a pretty rough career. Like not rough, but there's been some ups and downs, but you guys have been there for me the whole time. And I wouldn't be here without you guys, especially my wife, Whitney. She's a teacher, so full-time teacher. I'm a full-time police officer, so there's a lot of chaos sometimes, but she's been there the whole time, supported me through everything. I love you, and you mean the world to me, and I appreciate you. Excited for this new adventure. Looking forward to it, so yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Congrats.
Congratulations, AJ. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I will, I'm assuming y'all want to stay for the rest of the meeting, right? It's jam-packed. We have lots. No? All right. We'll give you a minute to clear out. Thank you, Chief. AJ, congratulations.
Very much.
Always love seeing the cousins like hang out.
Just yesterday, my daughter was that age. They grow up fast.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Way too fast.
Then they go on and do that.
Yeah.
Have a little baby.
I think she was already pre-gym jammed there, ready.
Who is now rolling
Yeah.
over.
She's got her jammers.
I don't think I'm gonna have that
I
issue.
know.
Any minute now.
He's already rolling over.
I'm pretty sure he's hit too many tree branches.
Okay. Well, Randy, thank you for, we always enjoy those, and it's good to see us promoting from within. I think that's a big part of what makes our police department a success the way it is, so thank you for that. Next on the agenda this evening is citizen input and public comment. This is a time usually for people to address the council on non-agenda items. If you are wanting to address the council, please fill out a white card on the back podium there and bring that here to our deputy city recorder, and she'll make sure that I get it. If you're not able to attend, but you want to address the council via Zoom or Teams or whatever fun computer technology you want to use, please let the City Hall know by 4:30 on the days of our city council meeting. I have one card up here for public comment, and that is Lisa Shaw about ADA park equipment. So, yep, come on up here to the table.
Sorry, she's mine.
No, it's okay. So you just want to grab a seat and you can move the microphone right around in front of you.
Okay. Never done this before.
No, you're good.
I'm just gonna kind of read what I wrote or, okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council and staff. My name is Lisa Shaw. I grew up in Canby and lived here until I was 28, just over a year ago. I had a beautiful daughter and moved back here with her, next door to Maple Street Park. Recently, she went to the park with her grandpa, and they came back with a story about how she got to play with a little girl on the merry-go-round. This little girl was in a wheelchair, so her mom had to pick her up out of her chair and physically put her on the merry-go-round so that her and my daughter could play together. After hearing that story, it got me thinking, this park has no ADA equipment for her. When that little girl gets older and her mother can no longer lift her by herself, how does she play at the playground? She can't. Where does an adult with cerebral palsy go to swing on the swings when they have a hard time holding on but still function at a children's level? They just want to play, but where? I went to the parks meeting last night to ask this question, and they told me that they agreed Maple Street Park is due for an overhaul. However, they told me that all of the schools in town had ADA equipment, and the new park that's going in on North Locust Street would also. I said that's wonderful and wanted to go see. When I went, every single swing I saw was a molded adaptive chair. There was not a single wheelchair swing at any location, not to mention the limited hours someone can play on the school equipment due to having to wait until the school is out. I did also run into a little girl named Nora who went to Eccles. I asked her if she had ever seen a swing that put a whole wheelchair on it before, so kids in wheelchairs could swing. She told me there's lots of kids at my school in wheelchairs, but I've seen a lot of people have to help them into that one, as she pointed to the orange adaptive swing, so that they can ride in it because there's not one they can go in. Her little sister added, sometimes I see kids in wheelchairs because they broke their foot and they can't play for a long time, but I get to sign their cast, which added a whole new level to why these swings are so important to this community. Childhood ought to be afforded to children regardless of their abilities. It's such a fleeting time. Children with special needs like to be out in the fresh air with others their own age, just like anyone else does. And for a population that typically has to deal with doctors, equipment, medicine, physical and emotional pain, and many choices that aren't theirs, I think they ought to be allowed at least the opportunity to play and be free, if only just for a few moments. So what I am here today is to propose that you provide me with a letter of support for the project, committing the city staff to install and maintain at least 2 new ADA approved swings, including a platform wheelchair swing, as well as a molded adaptive swing, to be placed on the little kid side of Maple Street Park, and request you also consider finding the funds. I understand budgets are tight, which is why my stepdad, David Tate, has graciously agreed to come alongside me on this journey and help me fundraise or find grants where need be. We are dedicated to this cause and hope that 2 swings will only be the first step into playground inclusion in our town. My daughter doesn't understand the difference between race, religion, or ability versus disability, and I'd like to keep it that way. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you very much for that. And I will say, Lisa, you're totally correct in what you've put out there. I know that our Park Advisory Board, and Jim, I'll let you speak to that in a second, has been working on getting these types of playground equipment installed, and as we look at updating and upgrading our parks. So I know that there's been conversation about that at Legacy Park. I know that we are looking at that at Maple Street Park. Having had a sister that was wheelchair bound, I absolutely agree with you that those are important features to add.
So
and
important.
I will say the technology has definitely improved very much in the last decade in regards to that kind of equipment for people. So I know that is something that our Parks Committee is looking at. And so, Jim, I'll let you add to that.
Yeah, and thank you for coming to the meeting last night.
Yeah.
And bringing it to our attention, and thanks for going and looking at the equipment too. That's good information. I'm sure that the city administrators heard this discussion as well. He was at the Park and Rec Committee meeting last night, so we'll ensure that even the new park, Locust Street, we haven't named it yet, but up on Locust, that we'll ensure one gets put in there as well.
Yeah, because it's got to be more than just the adaptive. It needs to be a wheelchair, one you can just ride into and hook the ramps up and just glide.
Yeah, we'll definitely check into that.
Okay, great.
So thanks for bringing that in front of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's sometimes things grind slowly, but it is in the works, and I know that we've got dedicated parks that we are looking at putting those in.
Yeah, and too, it's been my specialty too, so I, have a different eye maybe. You guys look at plans and, just have a different eye, like everyone has a different eye on things, so sometimes it takes someone who's, been in a field and says, oh, there's other options, so in case you guys hadn't seen that side of things, I want to make sure that you guys know, like, there's some really good things that we need in this town, especially, like, there's lots of kids in wheelchairs. There's kids that aren't always in wheelchairs, that sometimes are in wheelchairs.
For sure.
So I appreciate your guys' time.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Yeah. More to come on that one for sure.
Great.
All right, I have no other cards. Teresa, is there anyone online tonight? No? Okay. Let's see. I don't have any proclamations or special presentations this evening. We're going to go to item 7, the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda that includes the approval of the amended minutes from December 17th, 2025 City Council regular meeting minutes. And the amended portion of the minutes is correcting the start time for the work session minutes. It's changed from 7:04 to 6 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Second?
So motion's been made by Council President Hensley and seconded by Councilor Patton to approve the consent agenda, which includes the approval of the December 17th, 2025 City Council regular meeting minutes as amended. Any other comment or question? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Carries 6-0. 8, we're good. 9 this evening, ordinances and resolutions. Tonight, 9A is ordinance number 1661, an ordinance authorizing the interim city administrator to amend the personal services agreement with Kerr & McLeod Incorporated Consulting Engineers for design and construction phase engineering services for the extension of Walnut Street to Highway 99E in its first reading.
Kurt, come on up. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kurt McLeod is here.
And you know me, I'm Kurt McLeod, and this is my partner, Ed Hodges. I came before you in the middle of last year when we did an engineering contract once before. Perfect. So we're here just to tell you that this project has, of course, gone on and on. We're in our 4th year with this design, and we're getting close. So we've gone out to bid on 2 of the projects already. One's under construction. The second one, there's a lot of little items to take care of. We went out to bid thinking that asking for forgiveness sometimes is better than asking for approval. So all the pieces are coming together. We have a bid opening tomorrow for the bulk of this project. And then we have a bid opening where we're waiting for the final approval from ODOT to do the final phase. As you're familiar, we have 3 phases on this project. So tomorrow's a project that will be in the $7+ million range. Contract we already have underway is $850,000. And we anticipate that final phase will be about $1.5 million. So the bulk of it, which should be in our bids tomorrow. There's also about 27 contractors who have listed themselves as prime contractors, which means whoever makes the biggest mistake is the winner, because there's going to be a lot of bids. So, but I'm confident we'll have very good pricing early in the season and a lot of competition. So what we're here for tonight is that we have unfortunately depleted our budgets. And so we're here tonight to talk to you about extending our budget through the construction phase, through the next probably 14 months or so that we'll be involved in this project. So I've asked for an increase for both for DKS and for our survey crew and for our offices.
Okay. Looking, Randy, for...
Yeah, I don't know if there's any supplemental questions, council, mayor and council. I can confirm that this is within scope of budget. Thanks to our finance team, Denise LaRue and Katie Joyner did provide me with budget numbers around Walnut. And if you could just indulge me for a couple minutes here. We do have over $1 million in ARPA funds to help cover this that are still unspent. We have 6.99 million in our street budget for this project. We've only spent 36,000 of that so far. Of course, that's going to come later when we start paving. In stormwater, we haven't spent a dime yet on this budget, and we have 1.24 million sitting on the sidelines for this project. And then lastly, in collections, we have spent 400,000 in collections, but our budget is 1.5 million. So clearly a lot of room for engineering on this project in the current budget. So I feel comfortable making this recommendation to you tonight for engineering. And our attorneys reviewed the language, and that's why we're here tonight, because it exceeds my authority.
Gotcha. Okay.
So just to be clear, you want to go up by $385,000 for the budget? Is that, Marie?
Yes.
Is I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was, the amount of the increase was stated somewhere in the city. I think it's in the packet, but I see it in the packet, but I just.
And this definitely falls within the contingency portion of the budgets for this project. And we'll say depletion, but the money spent already is due to the delays that you alluded to.
You mean engineering expense that's expended? Yeah. For multiple years, we've been working with, we're on our 6th review from ODOT, which continually adds things to it. Most recently, we had to add a environmental review for cultural. We have to look for Indian grounds and those types of things, another $25,000 report. Here in a month and a half ago, we had to do a clean fill study because the ODOT widened the highway, and they required a study of the soil underneath where they widened to make sure it's not contaminated. So there's just a lot of things that come up. We've been working with the railroad for, we originally got a permit from the railroad to cross on the road in 2022. When we went to bid April of last year, they said that the permit was expired. We had to get a new permit. We got a new permit in September. And then since September till today, and today we finally heard back from the rail that they have finally approved the contractor's work plan. So it took from September till now to get the work plan approved. So that's why, and we're going to be before you in another 2 weeks talking about a noise waiver to do the bore underneath the railroad. So it's just a lot of issues that consume DKS time, our time, and survey time.
Yes, Council President Hensley.
I'm looking through the packet. It says amendment number 2 to the personal services agreement.
Yes.
What are the odds we're going to see you again for amendment number 3?
I don't think you'll see us again until we're celebrating a ribbon cutting.
Okay.
That would be swell.
We got that on recording. I like that.
You ready for a motion?
Yeah, if there's no other questions or comments for staff or for the Colonel McLeod team, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve ordinance number 1661, an ordinance authorizing the interim city administrator to amend the personal service agreement with Kern McLeod, Inc., consulting engineering for design and construction phase engineering services for the extension of Walnut Street to Highway 99E to a second reading on February 4th, 2026.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Davis and seconded by Councilor Maldonado to approve ordinance number 1661, an ordinance authorizing the interim city administrator to amend the personal services agreement with Kern McLeod Incorporated, consulting engineers for design and construction phase engineering services for the extension of Walnut Street to Highway 99E to a second reading on February 4th of 2026. Any comments or other questions? None? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
There's nothing for item 10 or 11 on the agenda, so item 12, mayor's business, 12A, city council schedule. I'm going to look to you, Randy, on that one.
No, I can pass some handouts here.
Because as far as I know, we meet twice a month.
Yeah.
plus a work session now.
Yep, we've got some dates earmarked for you here, Mayor and Council. I think there's enough to make it all the way.
Somebody's agenda came this way.
Oh, sorry. Probably me. Am I short?
No, no.
Okay.
I would like to request the field trips the 21st. I will be out of town
Yep.
on the 7th.
Okay, that's why we're here. For the record. Okay, so a lot to unpack here, but, just keep your Wednesdays free in the near future, if you don't mind, as we work through this. We have a very sort of aggressive schedule, and I'll point to a few things that Mr. Don Hardy is agenda hogging, if you will, with our limited time. It's a technical term. Sorry. But he does have some very important public hearing dates that we just need to kind of put out there with the comprehensive plan, the transportation system plan, and your SDCs all across the board. All of those are critical Q1 dates that we don't want to have slip, and we want to make sure that we get those calendared and we have quorum and we just get those knocked out here in the first quarter. Because they have like 30-day notices and so on and so forth. We also have an aggressive budget committee meeting where we'll be down on the floor here. That's coming, and that's been calendared. We've got a very important Bureau meeting where we're doing the closeout of Bureau and financially working on that. So I'm talking with the Bureau Commission Chair, Hensley, about how that is set up, and working with Jamie, who's the staffing lead on that for me. We're also working with Clackamas County. We're keeping the junior taxing authorities, districts informed. So a lot of moving parts on that one, but that is coming. I don't see it here jumping off the page at me in February, but maybe that's because it's the 4th and it's not on this schedule. We start with the 7th here.
It's the 4th is in the packet, though.
It's in the packet. Thank you. And the one that you received in your packet. So that's February 4th. We did talk last time, Mayor and Council, about a field trip. So if you're available.
21st would be best for me.
21st, okay. We'll earmark the 21st for a little, we can take a trip over to Sherwood, take a look at the YMCA, and or scoot over to Sandy, take a look at their skate/pedal park, maybe come back through Estacada, just make a giant loop. They've got a big skate park over there as well.
What kind of time frame would we be looking on that?
Well, we could leave mid-morning and have lunch. I can talk to Director Todd Wood and see if we can get a bus from Canby Area Transit so we could all be together.
Sounds good.
Okay. We'd have to notice that because you'd be together as a quorum, as a council, of course.
Can't vote on the bus.
Yeah, no votes on the bus. But I would set up people that you would talk to along the way at those locations.
So if we do the 21st, then that may change the beginning of summer.
True. Yeah, and I haven't talked to the school district about that yet. Mayor just mentioned it with the school board chair 5 months ago, so I would need to follow up. So thanks for pointing that out, Counselor. That's very tentative. The other one that we sort of put out there is the Canby utility. It might be time to come together for a nice joint meeting. There's a lot of moving parts going on with the utility these days. They're working on rates, but they're also working on different water intake locations around town, one of which involves city property. So there's natural partnerships and synergies, being a brother-sister utility with you all to just have a conversation. There's also the Pine Street project, which has aging infrastructure in there. So lots of things that we could tick off. There's also the charter conversation that you're having, and Canby Utility is enumerated in a full chapter in the charter, and you flagged that when you had the charter meeting that you'd like to talk to them about that as well. So lots of things we could probably knock out in an hour and a half with Canby Utility.
Real quick, on
Yes, sir.
that aspect of it, I just wanted to let folks know, I did reach out to Chair Thompson to let her know that we did have that meeting and that it was brought up that it would be good for Canby Utility to be a part of that conversation when it comes to that chapter, because I'm sure they have thoughts on that. And it would be good to get their buy-in and baking that in, because there's some, back when I served as the liaison to that group, there was talk about changes that needed to be made as far as like what can be borrowed for future projects and how that all looks and those sort of relationships. So I did give her a heads up that came up.
Thank you for that. At last meeting, we also talked about setting up a sort of a mini council goal setting. We flagged that as tentative for March 11th. So these dates are coming fast on Wednesdays, and I just wanted to make sure that as the mayor and I work to set these agendas, that we're all tracking the big items. There'll be some, general city business that we bring before you. But before you know it, we're going to have budget committee meetings upon us, and that's why we wanted to get ahead of that early with your first kickoff there with the budget committee meeting. The budget committee joint meeting coming up here relatively quickly. So that's, Mayor, just put that underneath your report just to kind of see if you had any other, if you want me to cover anything else in that front.
Nope, this was perfect.
Okay.
Yes, Councilor Davis.
Randy, could you also look for a placeholder somewhere in
Yes,
the
sir.
calendar for the Capper, joint meeting with Capper?
That's right. That came up last night. You're going to report on that later?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Patton.
I really like this. I don't know of us having, I've always wondered, like, when various things are coming down the pike has always been a mystery to me. And I don't know if we've ever had anything like this, but I really appreciate this being like staged out like this so that we can be prepared. And if there's similar to with Council President Hensley and Councilor Maldonado and myself too, for between the 7th and the 21st, we can have a heads up in advance as to whether there's going to be a conflict and sort of head that off in advance rather than trying to shift everything around at the last minute. So I really like this and hope we can build upon this as we go down the line.
Thank you.
Council President Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too appreciate having this chart. I know it's a living document, I get that, but it's nice to have that heads up. But there is one thing, unless I'm blind, which is totally possible, I am seeing on the not assigned section at the end.
Okay.
An executive session for Judge Graff's evaluation. What is missing is an evaluation of the attorney services.
Okay.
Thank you for catching that.
At the pleasure of the council, but I don't.
I think that needs to happen. We all need to know.
Okay, I'll park it there as not assigned.
Okay. We'll look at that.
All right. I think that's it for the overview of the calendar. And I want to thank Maya for helping me, and Teresa, there's Maya out there, and Teresa for helping track this with the department director team.
Yeah,
Great.
good stuff.
Good for sure. I just have a couple of things. First off, Councilor Stearns and I did Canby Utility Board interviews and whatnot and appointments for the one current need, but also one coming up. So those will be coming before the council for approval here, I think, at the next meeting. And I think I owe you a sheet with those names, don't I? You're good. Okay, thank you. Tonight, earlier, we just had a transportation system planning conversation about coincide with our urban growth boundary and comp plan planning that's going on right now. So there's tons of ways to be involved and engaged. So please, if you have your thoughts and wishes for how we're going to move in and out and around Canby, we definitely would want to know that. And I'll let Councilor Davis speak more to or add on to what I'm about to say, and that's regarding our Park Advisory Board Chair, Barry Johnson, has resigned his position. And I believe that was effective immediately. So I'm very bummed about that. Barry's done a great job as the chair, very passionate leader of the Park Advisory Board, and we've done a lot of really great things under his leadership with the Parks Board, and so he will be direly missed for sure. So it really concludes what I have this evening, and we'll start with Councilor Waterman tonight.
So met with the Bike and Ped Committee. One of the things we talked about is, they talked about was kind of regrouping and putting together sort of a priority plan, on some projects that they would like to see, and comparing that with the current capital projects that are already in place. It's been a little while since they've updated that. There is still one opening technically on the Bike and Ped Committee, so if somebody would like to sign up online, that is available. The library, we had the library board meeting just yesterday, and lots of talking about budget and so forth. So there's definitely going to be some challenges this year coming up with budget, especially with internal services versus the general fund that's available, or that has previously been available for the library, as costs keep going up. So there was talk about that. The Library Advisory Board, the Friends of the Library, and possibly the Library Foundation is supposed to be having a joint meeting on February 2nd to kind of get together and do some collaboration. There's lots of new people and moving parts and processes and stuff, so they're going to get together and discuss that and the partnership going forward. And that's all I have.
Great. Thank you, sir. Councilor Stearns.
Well, I attended the dinner for the Bridging Cultures. That was fun. Good food there and good music there. I attended the Canby Utility Board meeting. That was a week ago and a day. And they approved the rate increases, so everybody's utility bills, I think, will go up next, I think in February, if I'm right on that. February, right, is when the rates go up?
Yeah,
okay.
It's the phased rates.
Yeah, and they agreed, phased, so they're going to, at least for the businesses, I think the residential rates will just go up and for the next 3 years, but some of the other businesses will have their rates phased in. There's a little controversy in the past about some of the data centers here in Canby suffering from that. They indicated that they had already lost business because of that, but when I talked to them outside, they weren't specifying exactly how much to me. So, so basically, it's that was impacted, and that's about it. I think we selected some new Canby Utility Board members, and they'll be announced next meeting.
Yeah, just
Thank you, sir.
cleaning out a closet.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Park and Rec Committee did meet last night. The first one item that we discussed was, and it's starting to raise questions in regards to the use of our parks. We had a meeting here at City Hall hosted by the city administrator in regards to Maple Street Park ball fields. I think I mentioned that at our last meeting where we had to have discussions about that. Canby Baseball, Canby Softball were present at the meeting with the city administrator, with Randy and myself and Barry Johnson. And we listened or kind of mediated a discussion between baseball and softball on the use of the fields at Maple Street Park. They have reached a gentleman's agreement between baseball and softball for the use for 1 year of the parks. It's brought to light the need for a policy in regards to the use of parks, and it was brought about by the great work that we've done at Maple Street Park by adding turf and the scoreboards and the lights and things like that. And as we move forward with future parks, and park improvements, we need to have a policy approved by the city council in regards to how that's going to be regulated or scheduled, because this is between softball and baseball, right? And so what if you add in there lacrosse and soccer and other organizations that want to use Maple Street Park? We don't have a policy for that in regards to scheduling. So the city administrator's working on that and going to be bringing it back to the Park and Rec Committee. And then, of course, it will be brought to the City Council for your review and or approval for that policy, which I think is good because they do have an agreement for the first year, and they continue to talk between baseball and softball in future years, specifically for Maple Street Park. There's a lot more to it because of exchange of use of various softball using baseball fields, baseball using softball, and so the big question is up to sixth graders, the use of Maple Street Park for baseball. So, Randy, I don't know if you have anything else you want to add to that.
Yeah, I think that very well put, Counselor. One of the things that I'll be talking with legal counsel about going forward on that discussion is the words Title IX have been thrown about a little bit. So there's two fields. We've got softball and baseball. So if as we look to hammer out a joint use policy for the city and the use of those fields, how's that going to work going forward in 2027? We're going to need some legal counsel to help us write that policy and do that homework, is my best guess. I know what it means, but I've never had to implement it before. So we're going to need to do some homework on that. Is that fair?
Yep.
Counselor?
Let's see. Next item was Lisa, who presented to the City Council on the ADA equipment. So we thanked her for coming and making her presentation to the Park and Rec Committee. Doc Perman was at the meeting to discuss his request to use the property for parking and a bathroom on his lot. And he said he was going to be at the City Council meeting again tonight, but the doctor obviously wasn't able to make it. We had discussion, representative from Cappard that was at the meeting, and I didn't realize that Cappard is alive and well. So they, make a long story short, would like to have a joint meeting with the City Council to talk about Cappard and the possibilities of a park district in the future, whether there's interest there by the city. We're a long ways from that at this point, but I think it would be wise for us to sit down with Cappard and get a good understanding of exactly where they're at as we move forward. The city administrator is working on that as well. We did have Barry's resignation at the end of the meeting last night. It's been a pleasure to work with Barry. I've been on the Park and Rec Committee for 9 years with Barry before he was chair and then elected chair. And he has a passion for Park and Rec and a vision for Park and Rec. He was heavily involved with the Park Master Plan and the development of the Park Master Plan, which in turn slowed things down a little bit because we had to wait for the Park Master Plan to be completed before we could move forward with a number of the projects. Barry should feel very good about the time that he spent on the committee as well as the chairperson. He saw through the Park Master Plan, the Locust Street Park. I call it Locust Street because we haven't officially named it yet. The Maple Street Park improvements, a lot there. You'll recall that we've done there the splash pad, the pickleball courts. We're looking at new bathrooms, new ADA approved playground equipment, so there's been a lot going on. And then, of course, Barry was heavily involved with the park maintenance fee that started in 2017, renewed a second time, and he has a lot of passion for the current park maintenance fee as well. So they've already advertised, I understand, for the vacant position on the Park and Rec Committee. And at the next meeting, there weren't enough people there. They wanted more people there before they selected the chair, who the new chair is going to be. So they'll do that at the next meeting. Meanwhile, Ryan Oliver will fill in until we elect a new chair to help establish the agenda as we move forward. We had a long discussion. I'm sorry I'm taking so much time, but it was a long meeting last night. But we had a long discussion on the park maintenance fee. Reviewing, the ordinance needs to be reviewed, and the city council will, is it 2 years, Randy, or 1 year that it will be in front of the city council again to consider the park maintenance fee and the adjustments to the park maintenance fee. A lot of discussion around whether or not personal services should be included or excluded from the park maintenance fee. It's pretty tough to argue that you've got to have people do the park maintenance, and so what that looks like and how many, if we were to totally eliminate the personnel from it's going to have to come out of the general fund, which would be $1 million hit to the general fund. So those are all discussions that the Park and Rec Committee is going to have. We left it that Randy is going to be looking at the ordinance and coming up with a draft ordinance, and we'll present it back to the Park and Rec Committee, and then it'll be, obviously, the recommendations from the Park and Rec Committee will come to the City Council as we move forward. So a lot of discussion around that as well. So that, any questions about Park and Rec? It was, thanks for coming, Randy, to the meeting, and it's been very helpful having you there. And again, for Barry Johnson, if you're listening, thank you. That's all we can say is thank you for your 9 years of service to the city. I just had a few other comments that I just wanted to bring up. One is hopefully sooner or later we're going to deal with the city administrator, filling of the city administrator position and what that looks like moving forward. I, for one, am very happy with the job that Randy has been doing for the city and for the city council. But June will be on top of us before we know it. And so hopefully we're dealing with that as a city council well before that, so that we can make some decisions on that as well as we move forward in filling that position. And I'm speaking just for myself, I would hope that we could somehow continue Randy's contract with the city and work with Randy to possibly even look at a permanent position with the city as we move forward too. So that's just me bringing that forward for the city council to be thinking about. One of the other goals, of course, and I think I'll just continue to bring it up, is the need for a hotel in town. And I'll continue to beat that drum. You think Doc Perman's bad. I will continue to talk about that because I continue to hear that discussion at chamber meetings, at Rotary meetings, you know, on revenue that our businesses are losing by not keeping people in the city and having a hotel for them to stay at so that we are not losing business within the city. So
Councilor Davis, with that, I expect more handouts, more photos of potential sites.
No problem, whatever
Hand
hotel.
drawings of little hotels or motels on said maps. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. And then, boy, this is a tough one for me to bring up, but I know that we're moving forward with closing the urban renewal district. I've often wondered if I could get the answer, but two things. One, when is the urban renewal district potentially, how long could that have extended out to? Is that 2035? I'd just like a little more history on that in regards to when we talk about the closing of the urban renewal district and how long and indebtedness. And the reason I bring that up is, you know, we are struggling to find funds as we move forward for athletic fields and parks, number one. And we're also struggling a little bit around trying to find property for a hotel motel in town. And before we totally close out or stop the urban renewal district, I think I'd like some answers to that, you know, because if you look at some vacant property that we currently have in the industrial area, there are some large lots in the industrial area, and it's not, you know, and I know that those would be tax lots that would receive tax revenue from, but are those also lots potentially that we could put some ball fields or some ball fields somewhere within the urban renewal district as we move forward too, because funding is always going to be an issue in regards to looking at where do we come up with the money for that, and how do we entice hotel motel in town as well. So something to just be thinking about as before we totally close that down. So that's it for my comments.
Okay. Councilor Waterman, you had a comment?
Yeah, just from earlier, the Maple Street, the policy that we're talking about. Is this the policy about like how people reserve and what that? Schedule. The schedule and stuff like that? And,
yep.
And who's going to manage that and collect a fee? Is it a fee thing and stuff like that, or?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's what that's for?
Yep.
Okay.
Because does Canby softball and Canby baseball pay the city a usage fee for those fields?
No, softball.
They don't.
Softball is reserving, they have a budget for helping replacement of turf in the future, and baseball does not.
Softball wins. Oh, sorry. Interesting. Okay. All right. Interesting indeed. Okay. Council President Hensley.
Nothing tonight.
Okay. Councilor Maldonado.
No reports at this time. However, I would like to extend a huge good luck to the Canby wrestling team. They are having their first tournament tomorrow at Lake Oswego.
Nice.
Lake Oswego is a pretty good team. They always have been. So look forward to see how they're going to do tomorrow. On top of that, I would like to echo a couple comments that were already made. This heads up sheet is amazing. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, staff. This is amazing. This gives us a great look out for ahead, especially with as busy as my schedule can get. It's a huge help. And I would like to echo Councilor Davis. You have done an absolutely amazing job, and we're thankful to have you. So, I mean, if we can talk you into it, we'd love to keep you. That's for darn sure.
Appreciate it. Councilor Patton.
Good evening, yes. So I have been a little lackadaisical on my attending of various things. For anybody who knows me, I love Christmas. And this is a Christmas decorating year for me. So I have been up to my eyeballs in Christmas decorations at home. I donate a lot of my time to a lot of different organizations. But one thing that they mostly know is that when this time comes around, I am prioritizing myself and the thing that I love. And it's been a blast. I'm actually still decorating. I got a month delay, and so I still got to do the Christmas tree in my master bedroom, so that'll hopefully be done by the end of the weekend. I'm super excited.
Are you starting for next year?
No, so I only decorate every other year because it takes 2 months to decorate the house. It takes a month and a half to tear it all apart to prep for it. So it is an undertaking. Oh, I just love
You're
it.
in the tear down phase right now?
No, I'm still in the putting up phase because I do a big cookie party at the end of the month. So there's going to be like 50 some people at the house to exchange cookies and the whole thing. So that is my go time, and then we'll start tearing it down.
And you know it's January.
Oh yeah, I don't care.
Well, I mean, like you were in Denver and didn't know the time zone, so I thought maybe your
No,
calendar
I
was
know
off,
it's
too.
January, but at my house it is. Santa is coming to town, so it's going to be great. So yeah,
Everybody drive by and honk at your house.
Well, the lights aren't on. They'll be on certain nights. They'll be on the 31st if you want to come by and check it out for the outdoor lights. But yeah, and then in March it'll start to come down because I'm going to be on the road most of February. So I'm a little lackadaisical in that. I do also want to echo the other sentiment about I think Randy has been doing a fantastic job. Many of us as a council brought you in the goal was to work on righting the ship. And while the seas are still quite turbulent, I think we're getting somewhere. So that is awesome. I also want to thank Barry for his service on the Parks Board. He has put a lot of time and energy and effort into that, and your service to that organization falls on a very grateful community, so thank you very much. The next thing I want to talk about is not necessarily city council related, but it's something that's been weighing on my mind. As an elected official, being on council and being able to be on the tiny screen and all that stuff provides me with a very unique opportunity compared to many people in the community. And one of the things, and regardless of whether people think this or not of me, I do take very seriously the nonpartisan nature of city council. It is my job to represent all members of the community, regardless of where you fall on any sort of spectrum. And so I try to take that very seriously. And whether you are, and I have been, asked by various groups and organizations in the community to speak up more about various things, and I just make it very clear to them that sometimes I'm willing to do that and other times I'm not, because I want to make sure that I'm representing folks as much as to the best of my ability. But I will say that I don't care whether you are to the ultra left, ultra right, center, or somewhere in between. What our government is currently doing to people in general in this country is abhorrent and should concern everybody, regardless of where you stand. And I would also say that for those that protest and resist what is going on, you please be cognizant of your actions. And please do not put yourself in harm's way. It is not worth dying for, and this might put some people's hackles up, but do not put yourself in a situation where you can be killed for this stuff. You really need to be careful what you do, be cognizant of where you're at these events, and just protest and make your voices heard in a safe way so that you are there to make your voice heard the next day. And so that is what I will say to that. And with that is all I have.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Moving on then to item 14, City Administrator Business and Staff Reports.
Mr. Mayor, I'll yield my time tonight since we're scheduled for another meeting at this hour.
Okay.
I believe. yeah. Unless there's any questions you have about anything in particular, happy to answer that.
Okay. It is your time. I will take the yield. Item 15, again, second opportunity for citizen input and public comment. I have no cards. I see no one rushing to the stage. Action review, Teresa.
You approved the consent agenda with the amended minutes for December 17th, 2025, and you approved ordinance 1661 to a second reading on February 4th, 2026.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I will not take a motion to adjourn, but I will take a motion to go into executive session this evening.
I move we go into executive, pursue, I gotta write the whole. Pursue it to whatever,
Yes,
right?
that pursuant you need to read, yes.
Okay. What do we have? Do we have it on here?
I didn't see it on there.
I didn't see the language.
It's under the red bar.
Oh, okay. I move we go into executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660, to consider the dismissal or discipline or hear complaints or charges against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent who does not request an open hearing, and ORS 192.660 to F, to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection.
Okay. Motion's been made by Councilor Stearns and seconded by Councilor Maldonado to go into exec session. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 5-0-1. So we are now in executive session. Representatives of the news media and council authorized staff members may attend the executive session. Members of the media are specifically directed not to report on the topics discussed and the discussions that occurred during the executive session. City councilors are similarly reminded not to discuss executive session topics and deliberations with any third party. This includes, without limitation, family members, other appointed officials, e.g. planning commission members, library board members, etc., city staff and volunteers, members of the public, and members of the media. No decision may be made in executive session. If a final decision on any matter is necessary, the council will make that decision when it is in regular session. Does everyone kind of understand where we're at? All right. We may come back into executive session. We may not. Sorry, regular session. We may or may not. It is 8:05. I would like to take a 5-minute just break, and we will start back at 8:10, please. Thank you. One. All right, so council is reconvened after the executive session. We have a
Yes,
motion?
yes, Mr. Mayor. I make a motion to direct staff to draft a letter of expectations as discussed.
Second.
Motion has been made by Councilor Davis, second by Councilor Maldonado, to direct staff to draft a letter of expectations as discussed in executive session. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
That passes 501. That concludes our business for this evening. I will take a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adjourn from this meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Good night, Canby. Thank you very much. See you in 2 weeks.